opening ceremony should begin soon. Please take your seat. And please confirm the rules on the screen here now. Good morning, everyone. I'm Yoshinaga from Ion Environmental Foundation. It's nice to see you again. Today, the long-awaited ASAP program will be launched. I hope you have a great harvest and enjoy the next 3 days. Now, I'd like to introduce the MC of today's opening ceremony, Mr. Maris from Universitas Indonesia.
Thank you, Yoshinaga-san. A very good morning to all of us, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 9th Asian Students Environmental Platform, ASAP 2021. I'm Marissa Fruzahanti on behalf of Universitas Indonesia and the organizing committee. I will be your MC today, and let's start our agenda. First of all, on this very bright morning, I would like to welcome our esteemed guests as following. The Most Honorable Mrs. Rosa Vivian Ratnawati, SH, MSc, the Director General for Solid Waste, Hazardous Waste, and Hazardous Substance Management of Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Universitas Indonesia's Rector, Professor Ari Kunchoro, SA, MA, PhD. Aeon Environmental Foundation Executive Director, Ms. Yuriko Yamamoto. Representing WWF Japan and UNEPFI, the chairman of WWF Japan, Mr. Takejiro Sueyoshi, all of the most honorable professors, staff, and students from the 9 participating universities representing their countries. Universitas Indonesia, representing Indonesia, Tsinghua University, representing Republic of China, Waseda University, representing Japan, Korea University, representing South Korea, University of Malaya, representing Malaysia, Royal University of Phnom Penh, representing Cambodia, Chulalongkorn University, representing Thailand, Vietnam National University, Hanoi, representing Vietnam, and the last but not least, University of the Philippines, representing the Philippines. And to all of the speakers, attendees, and even organizing committees that I cannot mention one by one. Welcome to ASAP 2021. I am glad to see you all online today and hope everyone is well. Now, let's move on to start the opening ceremony. First, a welcome remarks video message will be delivered by Ms. Yuriko Yamamoto, representing the organizers as the Executive Director of Aeon Environmental Foundations. Ms. Yuriko, you may go ahead for delivering your welcome remarks.
Good morning. I'm Yuriko Yamamoto, Secretary General of Aeon Environmental Foundation. I would like to thank you for coming today, and I'd also like to express my special gratitude for the cooperation of the Rector of University of Indonesia, Professor Ari Kunchoro, SE, MA, PhD, and other professors and staff members of University of Indonesia. Without your generous understanding and support, we could not have held this program. Over the past year, COVID-19 has changed our lives. Also, students from Yangon University of Economics cannot be with us this year. I sincerely hope that things get back to normal soon and they will join us next year. ION Environmental Foundation was established in 1990 on the base of ION's basic principle, pursuing peace, respecting humanity, and contributing to local communities, always with the customer's point of view as its core. Since then, we have contributed to environmental activities for over 30 years. In 2010, as is for ASEP, ION Environmental Foundation and the Secretariat of the Convention of Biological Diversity signed Memorandum of Understanding in Nagoya, Japan, where COP10 was being held. We confirmed then mutual cooperation on the promotion of environmental education, such as tree planting and continuation of the hours for biodiversity. Based on this MOU and the launch of the United Nations Decade of Biodiversity, ASEP started its activities in 2012. The goal of ASEP is to foster young people to become the leaders in the field of environmental conservation of the next generation. This year's theme is Building a Recycling Society. You will learn about the current situation, discuss how to build a recycling society together. There are problems that we cannot solve by ourselves, but in cooperation with others, everything is possible. This is what we would like you to learn through exchanging opinions and learning together. Also, we hope that you can discuss the issue and the background. Last but not least, I hope this program can build a bridge for both the betterment of environment of the earth and your future. I believe that you can be the key players in creating a better world in the future. Please enjoy this opportunity to meet, learn, and discuss in good spirit. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yamamoto, for your heartfelt video message. Next, a video message from the host university of this year ASIP will be delivered by Professor Ari Kunchoro, SA, MA, PhD, as Director of Universitas Indonesia. For address by the host university, please welcome Professor Ari.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, peaceful greeting to all of us. Her Excellency, Dr. Engineer Siti Nurbaya Bakar, MSc, Minister of Environment and Forestry, Honorable Mr. Takuya Okada, the Chairman of ION Environmental Foundation, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Professor, staff, and students from 9 participating universities, Universitas Indonesia, Tsinghua University, Waseda University, Korean University, University of Malaya, Royal University of Phnom Penh, Chulalongkorn University, Vietnam National University, University of Philippines. Organizing team and secretariat from ION Environmental Foundation, Waseda University, Universitas Indonesia, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first virtual Asian Student Environmental Platform Program 2021. First of all, on behalf of Universitas Indonesia, I am delighted to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to ION Environmental Foundation for this project initiative called ASEP, Asian Student Environmental Platform, also in collaboration with Waseda University. We are honored to be the host for this year online program. This program has been running for 9 years already since 2012 with better improvement from year to year. We are proud to have our best students selected, as well as professors and staff from 9 prestigious universities from 9 different countries in Asia to participate in this program, where they can learn and experience the activities together with the team building a recycling society for the next few days. Universitas Indonesia has a responsibility to represent our country by participating in some extensive collaboration with partner universities abroad, which share standpoint on how higher education can contribute to the society through international collaboration and idea. This ASEP program is a valuable point where we can work together in a mutual benefit manner. We are aware that this pandemic situation around the world is a very challenging condition where international mobility programs are not possible to be implemented in this year program, which give impact to the method of learning and fieldwork activity. However, it is our moment to adapt with changes and create better ways to adjust with new different model of fieldwork and learning activity, group work and discussion, as well as present the final result through online platform. As we design this program with lectures and sessions delivered by honorable speakers from related sector, we are aware that academic life needs to continuously be enriched by contribution to the society through various collaborative ways involving education, industry, and government. This ASEP program is impactful to the society as well as to the environment, sustainable development, and self-competence toward SDG goals. Building recycling society in the university is a start of strategic part in this effort. We also realize that each university has their potential. Students with their new ideas are very much resourceful. Academic and expert can coach them and bridge them to see the real situation and contribute some ideas to solve the problem are very much needed. Therefore, we hope this ASEP program will meet its expectation in developing students with a global perspective who will be active in environmental fields. Finally, I would like to invite all of you to continue to work together in this partnership, not only implemented here, but we also hope that it will go beyond that, further progressing and sustainable. Thank you for everyone involved in this program who have been making every effort and made this program possible during this challenging situation. Therefore, we need to consistently establish connection and initiative that maintain this kind of program. We wish you all the best in this endeavor. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hari, for your encouragement. And Next, there's a video message from our guest today, Mr. Takejiro Sueyoshi, Special Advisor to the UNEP Finance Initiative in the Asia Pacific region and the Chairman of WWF Japan. Mr. Takejiro Sueyoshi, time and place is yours for your guest speech.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all. It is a great honor and pleasure for me. In the wake of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD COP10 in Nagoya, Japan in 2010, the Asian Students Environment Platform, ASEP, was launched in 2012 by ION Environmental Foundation together with UN CBD Secretariat with the aim of fostering human resources who can work together and globally in the environmental field. This year, we are having the 9th ASEP. Through the Unit Finance Initiative, I have been involved in the resolution of the global environmental problems. From that standpoint of the United Nations Environmental Program, I would like once again to express my gratitude for the great efforts of ION Environmental Foundation. On the other hand, as a trustee of ION Environmental Foundation, I am also on the organizer's side. From that standpoint, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the University of Indonesia for undertaking the major role of organizing this forum. Together with my gratitude from these two standpoints, I welcome with a great pleasure all the participating students and teachers from 9 Asian countries. Looking back over the past decade, not only climate change, but also the loss of biodiversity has unfortunately become even more serious. To borrow a phrase coined by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the state of the planet is broken. Without fundamental solutions to these global environmental problems and the social problems such as poverty and disparity, we will not be able to realize a bright and hopeful, sustainable society for young people, including all of you. Now is the time for us to share this sense of crisis and take action. Of course, the direct responsibility for solving these problems lies with the adult generation who caused them. However, such problems cannot be solved simply by leaving everything to adults. What is essential is the effort of young people like you who will lead the next generation. Putting it this way, you young people may view this as a burden, as if you are being forced to pay the price for the past actions of adult generations. But society needs the voices and actions of young people to solve these problems. I would like you to think that you now have the opportunity and the role to change the future of yourselves and the world. There are many examples of young people already beginning to change society. I very much hope that everyone participating in this forum will take up challenge. Here we must not forget the role of Asia that Asia should play. Asia will, without doubt, be the driving force of the 21st century. It is no exaggeration to say that The future of the world will be determined by Asia, and in particular, by the young people of Asia. In other words, when we think about the next decade, it is clear that the future actions of Asian countries, which are continuing to enjoy economic growth, will have a great impact on the global environment. In that sense, the actions of Asia's young people, including all of the participants in this essay, will be a force that determines the future of Asia and ultimately the whole world. COVID-19 is raging throughout the world, causing suffering to people everywhere. In the shadow of the pandemic, I think many people have learned that we should not be bound by conventional values, but think and act freely. At the essay, the experience of young people from different backgrounds in interacting, discussing, formulating, and disseminating proposals will provide precious opportunities to enhance leadership skills. I strongly hope that the students participating today will learn from each other, encourage each other, and cooperate to make this ninth essay your first step in taking action to change the world. I pray for the success of this forum and a happy future for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sueyoshi, for your motivation and encouragement for us. And from now on, I will be explaining ASP programs for the course of 3 days. This year, our ASP program will be held for 3 days. In this year's program, you will learn how the host country, Indonesia, is doing on this topic, building a recycling society. During the first 2 days of the program, you and your team will study together and discuss how to build a recycling society. On the last day of this program, all participating students and their groups will give a final presentations to the judges. We set up 2 awards this year. One is Grand Prix and the other is Outstanding Prize. Grand Prix is chosen by the judges and Outstanding Prize is chosen by the audience. We wish you all the very best experience and results for your presentations. Good luck. Okay, before we start our next session, let's take a commemorative photo with all of us. So I request for everyone to turn on their camera, and if you have not already, please set up your virtual background. I will wait for about 15 seconds until everyone is turned on their camera, and we will be taking the picture.
Everyone, please change the mode to the gallery view. Please turn on. Please turn on your camera. Okay, please keep.
All right, there will be around 5 slides in this Zoom meeting. So I request for you to still and smile. Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheese. That's 1. Okay, second slide. Okay, 3, 2, 1, cheese. That's third. It will be the third. 3, 2, 1, cheese. And it's the fourth slide now. 3, 2, 1, cheese. And the last slide. All right, so 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right. All right, all the views are done, and you may turn off your camera now. All right. Now let's continue to our next agenda. So next is a video from Aeon Environmental and Social Initiative of 2021. Let's watch it together and enjoy.
近くにイオンができるってことと、やっぱり緑をね残すってすごく大切なことだと思うので、
子供とのいい思い出になるかなっていうのが一番で、家が近いのもあるので、その成長を見ていけるかなっていう思いで、子供と一緒に楽しめたらなと思って参加しました。
すごい楽しかったです。
何百回何千回とね、この先ずっと来るようなところで通るたんびにこれを思い出して記念になりました。
住んでる方々がこう、愛していただいて毎日でも来たくなるような、そんなモールにしていけたらいいなと思います。
今日よりもより豊かで美しい自然と共生する世界の誇れるような社会を実現できることを期待し、皆で力を合わせて木を植えてまいりたいと思います。
個人だったら絶対巡り合えない機会だと思うので、組織人としてイオンピープルになったからこそ食事活動に参加できるっていうのはすごく意味のあることで嬉しいなと思います。
今日この食事用の活動をすることによって地域とつながってるっていうふうにすごく分かるようになりました。
我々この MSC、ASC の商品はですね、2006年から販売させていただきましたが、水産部については再生資源というような我々を認識をしています。しっかりと管理して持続可能な方法で漁獲していけばですね、未来永劫に美味しいお魚が食べられると。宮城の牡蠣であればですね、 ASC の認証を取れば我々イオングループが販売するよというような背中を後押ししてですね、認証を取っていただいたという経緯もございます。
うなぎも数ある資源のうちなので、こういうふうに代替食品が出るのはすごくやっぱり嬉しいですね。これから子どもたちの方がもっと身にしみるだろうから、そういう取り組みありがたいですね。
それではどうぞ。
そうですね。でも人の流れはやっぱりちょっと増えたのかなっては、思いますかね。
いや、いいですね。
ありがたいね。
ありがたいよね。いろんなこういう食料が豊富に売ってるし、すごく便利です。
すごい盛況で嬉しいです。
品物が多いね。
いろんなとこのそこの住んでる人たちとも触れ合えるっていうのはとてもいいことだと思います。
ありがとうっていう場所がなかなかやっぱりなく、本当にお客様に対してそのありがとうを伝えられればなと。
大野市の方も、500年の歴史があるんですが、一度途絶えてしまったんですが、僕らのその大野市を復活させたいって思いが一緒になって今頑張らせていただいてます。
震災の様子をこれからも伝えていかなくてはいけないということはもちろん当然なんですが、やはりそれよりもこれから生きていく子どもたちにとって新たな町の復興の様子、新たな町の未来、そういったものをやはり伝えていくということが我々の大きな役割なのかなと思ってます。
我々が成長するにはですね、やっぱり地域が元気でないと絶対にそれはありえませんので、我々は東北で本当に、幸せが循環できるような、会社を作っていってですね、皆さんと一緒に、東北を盛り上げていきたいというふうに思います。
だんだん大きくなってこう出る。
1
自分たちの未来についてみんなで考えて、例えば電気のエネルギーをどうやって作るかとか、今までやったことのないようなこととかを環境とかいろいろ学べたりしてよかったと思います。
Thanks a lot for the video. And next is a video profile of the Universitas Indonesia.
This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building on our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia, Veritas, Probitas, Justisia.
Universitas Indonesia is proud to be ASAP 2021 host this year, and I would humbly request to invite all of you to get to know closer about our campus facilities. Let's start with a video regarding the primary care of satellite Makara. Please enjoy.
My name is Danasari Vidyawati. I'm the head of the satellite clinic of Makara. Actually, we are the student health center of Universitas Indonesia. And why they call us a satellite clinic? Because in the principle of academic health system, we have a hospital and we have the several satellite clinics. So this is the first satellite clinic at Universitas Indonesia. Not only students, but also the teachers and the staff, and also the public around this clinic can come to this clinic. Of course, it's free of charge for students, teachers, and staff of Universitas Indonesia. But for the publics, we have BPJ assistant. The clinic is not only for health services, but also for research and education. There are several faculty who use this clinic already, not only medical, nurse, public health, pharmacists, but also from the engineer and from the social sciences, also use the data and the facility of this clinic for their.
Thank you so much for the video. And next, I would like to show you our Integrated Laboratory Research Center, or ILRC. Please enjoy. Thanks a lot for listening. And next video is about Universitas Indonesia's Center Library. Please enjoy. Thanks a lot for listening. And our next video is about Universitas Indonesia's Student Support Center.
My name is Taufik Wisnu Priambodo. I'm here as a function of the Chief of Strategic Performance, the Directorate of Student Affairs, University of Indonesia. Here we have two tours of our new facilities for student activities. Apart from the old facilities which is already exist since our campus situ developed in 1987. About the Directorate of Student Affairs, we are a family of 25 staffs, including the director and the 4 deputy of directors. We deal with 4 major activities, which include the services for students, as well as the collaboration and cooperations with partners outside universities. And then we also have sub-directorate to support the activity of students, different activities, including sports, art and culture, as well as the Senate and legislative of the university students. The last deputy director is deputy of strategic performance. We concerned about how to achieve a better performance in terms of competitions, inside Indonesia or abroad.
Thanks a lot for staying tuned. And the last but not least is our video about Universitas Indonesia's sports hall.
I am Ganjar Kiswanto. As a Director of Facilities Management, Universitas Indonesia, I would like to show you that the big hall that we have, we call this as multifunctional sports hall. We have two halls here, halls 1 and halls 2 at the other side. These two halls actually equal to each other. So it means that we have exactly the same two halls. Each of the halls consists of 3 fields for multifunctional sport. There is a basketball, volleyball, and also soccer, small soccer. We are going to walk through the facility of the hall besides the field itself. So this is the second hole, the hole 2. Universitas Indonesia has a plan that to gather all sport facility which is already exists currently in each faculty and moved to this sport center area. So there will be no, or hopefully the sport center at the faculty can be used for academic building for the future of its faculty itself. So this is the main area of the integrated sport facility of Universitas Indonesia.
Thanks a lot for listening and watching our videos. I hope we can meet in the future after the pandemic ends. Now, it's an honor and great pleasure to welcome the most honorable Mrs. Rosa Vivian Ratnawati, SH MSc, the Director General for Solid Waste, Hazardous Waste, and Hazardous Substance Management from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, to give us a keynote lecture today. Please welcome Director General. Time and place is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, distinguished Professor Ari Kunchoro, Rector of University of Indonesia, distinguished the representatives from 10 universities, University of Indonesia, Tsinghua University, Waseda University, Korea University, University of Malaya, Royal University of Phnom Penh, Yangon University of Economic, Chulalongkorn University, Vietnam National University, and University of Philippines. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me today to attend ASEAN Student Environment Platform, or ASEP 2021. And as the alumni of University of Indonesia also, I'm very proud to be here. And I will speak as the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Distinguished guests, as we may all know, Indonesia is a big country with population over 270 million people, and we have a waste amount of around 67.8 million tons per year. So this is the data of 2020, and we can equivalent the waste amount with 185.8 8,000 tons per day. With waste generate, we have the measure 0.7 kg people per day, per people per day. So the characteristic of Indonesian waste are food waste is the most, is 39.8%. Plastic waste we have 17%, 17%. Paper waste 12%. Branch and leaves 14%. Metal 3%. Textile 3%, rubber 2%, glasses 2%, and others 7%. In the term of policy and regulation, the government has issued a series of waste management policies and made various efforts to implement waste management. So we have law number 18, year 2008 on solid waste management. And then we have also the implementation government regulation. So for example, we have the solid waste management and then the regulation on specific waste management. So specific waste management is the waste from the household, but it contains the hazardous waste. And also we have the presidential regulation concerning national policy, national strategic and policy for solid waste management from the household. So this is the platform for the target. So we have ambitious target that we should be achieved in year 2025. Those are 30% waste reduction and 70% waste handling. So we hope that in 2025, we will have Indonesia clean. And then we have also the presidential regulation on marine litter management. And we have also a target for this. So in 2025, we will reduce the plastic waste goes to the ocean is 70%. And then because this presidential regulation issued in 2018, so we have now already decreased the plastic waste goes to the ocean is now 15%. So we have 15% reduction of plastic waste goes to the ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Indonesia's efforts have received international recognition also, such as the Intergovernmental Review Meeting on the implementation of the Global Program of Action for Environment of Land-Based Activities, IGR4, in outreach activities during the UNFCCC in Poland in December 2018. And we have UNEA 4 in March 2019, and from ASEAN members also 2019, and we have also the establishment of Regional Capacity Center of Clean Seas in Bali. So this reflects Indonesia's commitment to fighting plastic waste in the ocean. Indonesia is actively involved in developing a regional action plan to combat plastic in ASEAN, namely the ASEAN Framework of Action in Marine Debris and the G20, namely the G20 implementation of the Framework for Action on Marine Plastic Litters. And in addition, so if we talk to reducing the waste or domestic waste, we talk from the upstream. So the upstream, we have to reduce the producing of the waste from the individual, but also Sorry, my internet is not really good. Sorry, I will check it first. Okay. And then also we regulate the producer. So in the law of solid waste management, we have three types of producers. The first is manufacturers. And then the second is the retail. Retail is including like the supermarket, market, traditional market, because in this market we have the shopping bag. And before we have the shopping bag from the plastic, we call it in bahasa Indonesia kresek, yeah. And then the third is the producer from the restaurant, the cafe, and then the restaurant and hotel, and then they also produce the waste. And for this, in Indonesia, we issued the regulation of Minister of Environment and Forestry concerning the roadmap for waste reduction by producer. So the purpose of this roadmap is to guide and facilitate producers, including brand owners, importers, retailers, and the food and beverage service industry to carry out their responsibility in reducing waste generated from their goods, packaging, and services in the form of plastic, paper, aluminum cans, and glass. And Indonesia has reduced the use of single-use plastic by limiting the use of plastic bag. So now we have 55 cities or districts that have implemented a ban on the use of single-use plastic, such as plastic shopping bag, plastic straws, and foam plastic containers. And it is also including two provinces, Province Bali, and Province Jakarta. So if you come to Indonesia and you go to Bali or you go to Jakarta, you have to bring your own shopping bag if you go to the mall or the shopping center or to the supermarket. And recently, the government also issued a policy regarding the role of waste bank. Indonesia has the waste bank. So this is bank, but you submit not the money, but you put waste in the bank, so you can get the money from there. Actually, the waste is that you already segregated, organic or unorganic. So we have the Minister of Environment and Forestry regulation concerning the waste management in waste bank. So actually, this is supporting the implementation of circular economy policies, as upstream policies are focused on sorting and processing waste from the source, empowering waste bank at the community level. Also, the ministry continues to strive for the function of waste bank as education center, behavior change, and circular economy. Waste bank are encouraged to be able to carry out their role as off-takers, namely to become a collection point for waste that is separated from the community and then taken to the recycling industry as raw materials. So the waste you don't dump to the landfill, but we can use it again. So we call it a circular economy. This is certainly one of the pillars of the circular economy in waste management in Indonesia. The need for plastic and paper recycling raw materials in Indonesia actually can be met domestically because the characteristic of Indonesia waste are 29% from the total of waste generation is in the form of plastic and paper waste. But the problem, the use of plastic and paper waste as raw material has only reached around 50%, while another 50% is not utilized. Why? Why this has happened? Because segregation at the source is not really work. So one of the solution is with the waste bank. So the family segregate the waste from the house and then bring it to the waste bank. So we can get the raw material for recycle industry, and also the people that bring the waste that only segregated will get the money from this. And then the waste bank as the point of the off-taker or the industrial recycle can get the material. Ladies and gentlemen, and then now we have the problem with the COVID-19 pandemic. And we know that the restriction on community activities during the COVID-19 pandemic also encourage people to make online transaction. So we buy food, we buy everything that we need with the online. And then this has an impact on increasing packaging waste, namely plastic, paper waste. So this is certainly a concern for all the parties also. And it is necessary to immediately find alternative solution to reduce packaging waste. So actually the government also has an MOU with the company that they provide the online, like we have the MOU with the Gojek, with Grab, to reduce the packaging from the plastic. So, and then the last, I will also talk about the COVID-19 pandemic also increasing the medical waste. Yeah, the medical waste from the positive patient, the positive COVID-19 patient, and also from us, the healthy people who wear the mask. And then we have problem and then we have to find the solution. Now, after the President Jokowi 2 weeks ago asked the ministries to handle this with the infectious waste. And then so the Minister of Environment and Forestry with the circular letter, we have the solution for management of hazardous waste and waste from handling COVID-19. So from the hospital, from the hotel that put the people positive 19 to isolate it, and then also from the house. So now the ministries and then the local government work together to handle the COVID-19 medical waste, and then also the waste from us, the healthy people, from us, and so on. And thank you very much. And I will say that congratulations for the Asian Students Environment Platform. And again, I'm proud as the University of Indonesia alumni. So I hope that you will have the webinar with the 10 top universities. I saw it in Asia, and we can work together to handling the environment problem, waste problem in Asia. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prosaf, as the Director General for Solid Waste, Hazardous Waste, and Hazardous Substance Management from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. We really thank you and our greatest gratitude for your very worthwhile and interesting talk. And now, please turn on your camera once again. We will have a photo session with Mrs. Rosa, and I will wait for 15 seconds as usual after everyone's camera is on, and I will be taking the picture. Okay. So everyone turned on their camera. We will wait for another 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, since the fourth and the fifth slide has not turned on their camera. All right, it seems that a lot of people have turned on their camera, so I will be taking the pictures in 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, next. 3, 2, 1, cheese. And 3, 2, 1, cheese. And the fourth. 3, 2, 1, cheese. And last but not least, the fifth slide, and 3, 2, 1, cheese. All right, thanks a lot for your participations on our photo stations. And once again, our biggest gratitude for Mrs. Rosa as the Director General for giving her time as a keynote lecturer today. And before we're continuing to our next agenda, there will be announcements regarding the group work 1 given by Dr. Astrid. And Dr. Astrid, time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you, Maris. So, hello everyone. My name is Aswit Fiandila Dahlan. I'm a lecturer in the Environmental Engineering Study Program, Faculty of Engineering, University of Indonesia. So, for today, I will explain the instruction for today's group work. So, you will have group work on the afternoon session. So, for today's group work, we call it group work 1. For today's group work, in general, you will sharing your experience about waste management in each participant residence, so in your houses. So you will have discussion with your group mate. So you will discuss about your perception about waste, your knowledge about waste flow from your houses to the disposal site, and then you also discuss about the waste impact to the environment. So the output for today's group work will be the basic knowledge of solid waste management and its impact to the environment. So in here, we provide you with some icons that you can use. So here we provide such as for the waste, temporal waste disposal, for composting maybe, And also we provide icon for waste scavenger, because maybe in some country you still have a waste scavenger. And also maybe in your country you have such as waste to energy plant, you can also put it this icon. Or maybe also you also see the littering, such as you dispose directly to the river in your houses, so you can put it also. And the details instruction is, please arrange this icon in accordance with waste management from your houses to the disposal site in your residence. So in here we want to know each of you, because you are from different countries, so you will have your own waste flow. So this icon can be edited apart from that already provided. So you can edit more, or you can not use at all. So you can use your own icons. Or also maybe you can do it by hand drawing or sketching. Yeah, you can do it by sketching if you're not comfortable with using these icons. And after each of you make your arrange the icon by your own, and then you discuss in the group work. So you discuss about waste management from house to disposal site from different countries. So in here you will have a discussion point. And also please describe the impact of waste management to the environment. And then you should submit it, the group slide or PowerPoint. So in the group PowerPoint, there will be two points that you need to submit. First is each participant waste management by using icons or drawing. And also second is a group discussion result on waste management and impact of the waste to the environment. So for this group work will be graded by the judges, and it will be including in the evaluation for the winner of the Grand Prix. So please make sure you make it a good discussion between all participants. So do you have any question regarding the group work? So feel free to ask. Is there any question about the group work? Okay, if you want to ask, you can use raise hand in the bottom. Okay, my colleague already provided this instruction in the chat room. Okay, maybe Nabila, you can talk.
Oh, yes. Hi. I would like to ask whether the icon part drawing, is it waste management in each country or the general one across the region?
In each country. So each of you should make your own waste management flow.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question regarding the group work one? Okay, if you don't have any question, maybe later on, if you have question, I will. My colleague and I will stay here in the general meeting in the afternoon, during the group work session. So if you have any question, it can be your group leader, or maybe your group representative can come to the general meeting to discuss with us. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. I return it to the Maurice.
Thank you, Dr. Astrid, for your announcement. And now, then, let's take a lunch break for about one hour or something, until it's supposed to be until 15 Japan time, or at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. And after the lunch break, it will be back to Yoshinaga-san, and I'm as your MC. Thanks a lot for listening today, and have a good one. Thank you.
祈ります健やかな子供らの明日木を植えて夢見よう爽やかな緑の木陰木を植えて耳すますひそやかな自然の教え木を植えて見つめよう美しい命の巡り木を植えて考えるふるさとの地球の未ふるさとの地球の未木を植えて歌おうよ鳥たちと声を合わせて木を植えて祈ります健やかな子供らの明日木を植えて夢見よう爽やかな緑の木陰木を植えて耳すますひそやかな自然の教え
Recording stopped.
祈ります健やかなこの村の明日木を植えて夢見よう爽やかな緑の木陰木を植えて耳すますひそやかな自然の教え木を植えて見つめよう美しい命の巡り木を植えて離れるふるさとの地球の未木を植えて歌おうよ鳥たちと声を合わせて木を植えて祈ります健やかなこの村の明日木を植えて夢見よう爽やかな緑の木陰木を植えて耳すますひそやか 祈ります健やかなこの花の明日木を植えて夢見よう爽やかな緑の木陰木を植えて耳すませひそやかな自然の教え見つめよう美しい命の巡り木を植えて考えるふるさとの地球の未ふるさとの地球の未木を植えて歌おうよ 木を植えて夢見よう 美しい命の巡り木を植えて離れるふるさとの地球の未
Welcome back. Next, please welcome Mr. Starumadi Salim, General Manager of E.ON in Indonesia, to give us a lecture about E.ON environmental initiative in Indonesia. Mr. Starumadi, please.
Okay, so hi everyone. So today, sorry, I didn't put on the. Do you want me to put on the background first? This is I forgot that.
Oh, tengok tak nak?
Excuse me, do you have the PPT to share? If you share the screen, then you don't
Yes,
need to.
I will share the screen now. Wait.
Then you don't need to mind your your background.
Okay, let me share that. Okay, good afternoon, I think, everyone over there. So, my name is Darmadi. I'm very glad that today I can meet with all of you in this ASAP program hosted by Indonesia University. So today I'm going to share some information with you, especially related to what we have done in Indonesia related to these environmental issues. So everyone can hear me clearly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, please.
So I'd like to briefly introduce about E.ON first in Indonesia. So we start our history in Indonesia in year 2006. We start with the financial service, and then we established our retail operation, including the mall operation here in 2012. Although the shopping mall actually was opened in 2015, and then we also have added into our member the E.ON Fantasy, who is doing the entertainment and the education side of business. And since year 2018, we have established the E.ON Delight Indonesia in here. So this is the brief history in Indonesia. And actually compared to the other region like China, Malaysia, even Vietnam and Cambodia, we are the youngest, I think, in Indonesia, actually. And however, we have been able to bring in a very different value from Japan, and this value is which sustain us to be able to survive, even though during this pandemic situation. Okay, I think this one you may have already seen somewhere in the presentation of the foundation, but here I'd like to again highlight this, as this is, I would think, the core values, the basic principles in E.ON. So basically, we are always centered in the customer, yeah. And we are committed to peace, which I mean that we are dedicated to pursue the peace through the prosperity, means through the improvement of the lifestyle of the communities. And then we are also a corporate group that respects human dignity and values personal relationships. Yeah, we do not easily dismiss people. We believe that people's opinion are of the utmost importance. That's why we always listen to our customers, to our employees, to our suppliers. Yeah, we believe that this kind of connection is the key success factor in our business. And also we are corporate group which is rooted in local community life and dedicated to making a continuing contribution to the community. In that part, I try to explain in the right side a quote from our founder, which is explain this part. Is that he mentioned that our store is not our own, meaning even though we established this store, but this is not our own. It is entrusted by the community to us to be managed for the best interest of the community, meaning that we do not operate this store for the benefit of our own, but for the community. I think this is a very good quote, and this quote actually has created so many difference and has make us survive so far in our business. So just now I talk about the core values. What is each of our company to Indonesia people? For example, we talk about the mall. In Indonesia, there has been hundreds of malls actually before Ion Mall. But why our mall is able to survive in this business and why we can thrive actually in this business? Because we put the safety and convenience of our customers above everything else. A very simple example is the parking lot. Actually, especially the housewives, the ladies are very grateful. They are very happy actually to come to our shopping mall. Why? Because the parking lot is very wide. This never happened before in Indonesia. Actually, this is I think a very big breakthrough in the mall industry. Another thing is there are a lot of resting space because a lot of shopping mall put how to say that, the productivity on everything else, but we put the convenience above everything else. So actually that has also created difference in the service. The other thing is Ion Fantasy. Yeah, previously there were fun places where we can play, send our kids to play. But why they have become so successful in the industry? Because they have mixed very well the fun and education part in the business, and they also bring in the safety issues. And for us, the Ion store, we actually, I think our stores now we are still in the Greater Jakarta region in Indonesia. But the difference we bring in is the high quality product at a very reasonable price. Maybe if you are from the different countries, you may feel that, what is this? Yeah, I will give you a very simple illustration is that before our store opened, including myself, I always buy meat with the color of a dark brown in the market. Actually, even me and my wife, my mother, always think that this meat should be dark brown, not red. But since we opened the supermarket, it became a quite, how to say that, a new standard for us where the meat should be red, which I think in a lot of the other countries, this is quite common. But this kind of thing is, at that time, in year 2015, this is a bit surprise. And we sell this at a very, very reasonable price, including the Japanese food. Before we come, the Japanese food is considered as very expensive. But since we come, we have been selling the Japanese food like sushi, takoyaki, all those foods at a very, very reasonable price, which actually improve the lifestyle of the societies. Nothing very interesting is the Ion Credit Service. When I joined this company, actually before this Ion store, and in there, I found that there was imbalance in Indonesian society where only 7% of the society actually has access to the credit card. And what happened at that time is, including myself, I was married when I joined Ion Credit Service. I had my first child. Actually, I wanted to buy a piano for her, but it was not affordable for me because at the time there was no other means to buy this other than to pay cash or pay by card, credit card, which is too expensive for us. That's why we are the first finance company to introduce the installment service for more than 1 year, because up to then, every installment, we can buy product in installment, but the maximum is 12 months. By the time we try to install installment for 3 years, and that is how I think finally myself can get the piano for my daughter. That is the thing. We provide the credit access for people without the credit access. And the Ion Delight, which is the newest member of us in Indonesia, I think the point is there are already so many servicing companies in Indonesia, but the problem is the service is not consistent. And the other thing is the regulatory requirements are not met properly. Sometimes we found that those servicing companies are paying below the minimum wage of the country or the region they are in. So actually, these are the reasons we can survive. Why I share this to you actually is, I'd like you to understand more about this before we move forward to the initiatives we did in Indonesia. And our commitment, our mission is to improve customers' lifestyle wherever we are. Okay, coming to the initiatives in Indonesia, actually first we try to strengthen the bond between us and the society. Actually, we did a lot of things, including our groups from Japan. So we had this scholarship program, I think with Indonesia University starting from year 2012. There's been so many recipients from there, and I think a lot of those members are actually working in our companies also, in some of our companies here. So we really hope that they can be the future leaders in our company. And we also did some donation to the society during the earthquakes, I think tsunami in Sumatra, Aceh. At that time, the volcano case in Yogyakarta. There are so many things I think Ion has done since even before our business year. I think from the year 2004, if I'm not mistaken, we have continued to make this kind of donations. And the reason activities we have done here is this community worker. I think if you're coming from Japan, Malaysia, or other countries, which actually they are part-time workers, you might be surprised that in Indonesia, actually, it doesn't exist. And when we start our business here, the number one problem we found is that there are very less skilled workers. And the community in which we belong, meaning the neighborhood, actually, they are not our customers. Because why? The income gap is so big. So that's why we try to enrich the community members' lifestyle. Actually, we invite them to join us together. Then we provide training for them. We provide the chance for them to work together with us. So that our mission is to make this store really belong to the community, meaning that it is not operated by someone else, but actually by the community people itself. These initiatives actually we start last year, and it has been receiving very big welcome from the local government. Okay, talking about the environmental activities, actually, there are so many things actually we did also in Indonesia. I will start with a successful story first. This is about the tree planting because actually, I think if you ask the Eon people, a lot of them actually like to plant trees. This is, I think, shared by the passion of our founder. So in Indonesia, we start these activities in year 2011. At that time, actually, Eon has brought in thousands of volunteers from Japan to plant together with the Jakarta's community. So we work together with Jakarta government and then also with the schools, with the environmental communities. Then we plant lots and lots of trees. If you see that these activities is done in the areas which this is actually above the water. Yeah, this tree planting actually we did in Jakarta help prevents the flood. If you are living in Jakarta, then you will know that actually during the year 2007 to 2012, I believe there was so many flood near the airport. So this tree planting is part of the program from Jakarta government to actually reduce the flood. Yeah, we did this tree planting 5 years already. I believe that we'll have another session, which already was planned in year 2020, but I think it's delayed due to this pandemic. And we also plant trees nearby our shopping mall. So there are a lot of greeneries actually near our shopping mall. And this has been the initiative we start from year 1991 in Malaysia. And actually we continued in so many countries until now. We also did the garbage collection together with the societies. These activities is, I think, from time to time, we gather the communities nearby and we did this garbage collection. And the photo here is one of the communities which we worked with before the pandemic, actually with this called Jakarta Usuji Club. We really hope that after this pandemic is over, we can restart this kind of initiatives. Yes, this is another initiative we did. I'm not sure whether this is common in your country or not, but in Indonesia, actually, I'm talking more about the eating utensil, yeah, before this eco bag, because eco bag issue is, I think there is a bit long story in there. About the eating utensil, yeah, like spoon, fork, knives, or even the chopsticks. Actually, in Indonesia, it is quite common when you sell food, you provide this kind of product. Yeah, but in our store in Indonesia, from the opening of our store, because we are concerned that there is no proper recycling facilities available. So such kind of one-time use spoon, fork, or chopsticks, this may cause a lot of waste, plastic waste. That's why actually we start charging them. Yeah, so what we have done with this is, normally the customer would expect that when they buy some food, they will get the utensils. I think nowadays some food delivery service in Indonesia also start asking customers, do you really need or not? But we have been doing this from year 2015, and you won't be able to believe how many spoon and fork we have been able to save. It's not that we save the money, but actually this kind of things is actually normally not seem to be significant, but actually it's very, very significant, because in 1 month we can save, if I'm not mistaken, the data we checked is nearly 100,000 of spoon and fork set per store we can save. And another initiatives we have done actually is about the plastic bag So this one, actually, if you have, I'm not sure whether you have got this information or not. In Indonesia, actually, this plastic bag restriction is more generally started in year 2020. But before that, in year 2016, there was actually a initiative for this, and we are one of the pioneer on this. So, and actually this was started in year 2016 March, where the Ministry of Environment Ministry has initiated the PET plastic implementation in 20 big cities. And at that time, actually, most of the retailers have joined in, including us. Yeah, but actually what happened is that this implementation was not prepared well. At that time, the central government has issued this regulation, and then most of us has started. And at that time, the environmental minister is thinking that, okay, so we want this initiative to start and we want to charge this. But as the regulation cannot allow this to be managed other ways, they allow the retailers to claim these plastic bag sales as the income for the company. So most of the other companies actually did this, but actually we didn't. We put this money in reserve for the environment activities. We put aside this money. And what happened is between the May to August, actually there was so many objections from the society where they complain, for example, including some consumer NGOs complain that packaging should be part of the customer's right, so we should not charge. Or some local governments has actually moved in to actually ask for the money obtained from these plastic bag sales and so on. So by August 2016, actually two retailers only continue, us and another local retailer. And we got so many complaints from the customer about this, but still we try to continue. This is the reason why actually we got award from the Minister of Environment Ministry for this consistency. And this plastic bag initiative was finally implemented in most of the cities in Indonesia nowadays through the government initiatives. What I want to say here is actually the initiatives like this is very difficult to be implemented if there is no clear support from the government for the activity. Yeah, even though the society, the business, our side would like to proceed, it is not possible. And that's why these three parties, the society, private companies, and government must work together. And I have received many questions from you actually, how do we think about a lot of environmental issues which we face currently, and we must admit that there are so many problems nowadays which still we cannot solve because there is no good cooperation between these three parties. So in here, government need to issue the regulations and incentives. Private company should initiate the implementation and gather the community, because we are the one who can gather the community. And then from the society, they need to participate and they need to comply. I think the the nearest experience of this failure, I think, is this pandemic. It's because in this pandemic also, I think that many of you read the news that in Indonesia, the pandemic condition is very bad. Yeah. I think there is no lacking in the government regulation and incentives actually. And from the private companies, actually, we also want to quickly end this pandemic. Then I think that so many companies are actually working together to provide financial support for vaccination and limit the movement of our employees. But the problem, I think, a lot of them is happening in the society, including my neighbors, yeah, including a lot of people I know who actually don't even care to wear the mask. They don't comply to the regulation. So this is the part which I think is the keyword, meaning that these three parties should work together to obtain the success. And talking about recycling, yeah, we think that recycling is a big issue, a very, very big issue in Indonesia. In Indonesia, I think if we can improve this area, it will create a very, very big differences on how we are today. I will give an example on our initiatives which actually failed, and it failed very, very badly. So before this slide explanation, actually I'd like to share that when we want to start our shopping mall and supermarket store in Indonesia, the first thing we try to find is somewhere we can recycle our waste, our garbage. And frankly, in the year 2013 until 2015, we cannot find such kind of facility nearby our store. And there was none, literally none of them ready to do that. This is quite shocking actually for our Japanese members, because it was quite common in Japan, and even in some other countries it is already implemented. So at that time, yeah, we had to give up on doing this in the beginning. Yeah. So after that, actually we tried to think how we can do this. And in year 2017, actually, we bought this recycling machine. And this machine actually can recycle the whole wet garbage, means those wastage, yeah, the food wastage and others, to convert this into the carbon energy, so which is actually beneficial, meaning it can be sold. And then we talked to the local communities. So at that time, they agreed to maintain this, meaning that so far, actually, this community has been taking our garbage and send it to the landfill. And we told them that instead of bringing it to landfill, let's use this wastage to recycle it to become energy. We say, okay, we provide the fund, we bought this. We asked the consultant, the lady here, to teach them how to use it. And actually, it seems to went quite well for like half a year. Then after that, it stopped. When we talk again with the community, it seems that there are so many objections inside the community about this process. Meaning, they say that because they are processing the garbage of us, it becomes quite smelly in the community. They cannot continue to do this anymore, and they have to stop this. And then the government, the local government, I mean, in this area, is also not very supportive on them. That's why they cannot convince the community to continue. And finally, this machine, we have to take away and pass to another community which actually continue to use it. And that ends our waste recycling at that time. So from year 2018 to 19, actually we continue to look for the company who can process our wastage. And in year 2019, finally we found someone who seems to be able to do this. But before we can initiate this, actually there was some objections again from this local community, the current local community, that they do not want other parties to take charge of this operation. So that was the current condition. Actually, we were still trying to convince the local community on how to accept this recycling process. So as you can see, just now I mentioned about the cooperation between the three parties. Yeah, even though we want to recycle, if we cannot cannot ask the local community to participate, this is one side. And another one, there is no support from the government on this. It is very difficult to make this process successful. I think that this homework does not lie in others, but in us, meaning that we have to work harder to convince both of them. Another initiatives we did and also was not successful is converting the plastic trays to the paper trays. Actually, we started this initiative quite early. I think somewhere between 2018, we start these initiatives. We provide these paper trays, paper bag, paper trays for customer to use to pick our food in our supermarket. But yeah, unfortunately, our food was quite oily aside of the sushis. I mean that we are selling fried chickens, we are selling those other things which is a bit oily, and customer find it inconvenient for them. So actually until today we still provide, but still most of the customers are choosing these plastic trays. Yeah, in Japan, actually, we also still use this also, but the thing is the recycling is working. Yeah, so we are now, I think the current challenge we face is we still cannot find these recycling companies who can actually help us with this plastic waste. I think that quite a lot of failure in us. But one thing, another thing, this one is the thing that I'd like to share as our success story. So I believe that one of you also asked about this question about the waste reduction initiative, the food loss. Yeah, in the industry in Indonesia, actually the food loss is more than 10%. It is, I think, the best in the industry beside us is at 7 to 8%, and the worst one is more than 15%. The average should be between 12 to 13%. Compared to US supermarkets actually is throwing foods, causing food loss at around 10%. Yeah. So if you see the graph in here, yes, in year 2015, we actually throw away 13% of our foods. Yeah, we were quite surprised actually at the beginning. Surprised not meaning that it is too much. Yeah, we were thinking that it is quite okay actually at that figure, but our Japanese management actually advised us that in Japan it is much lower than that. So we begin to take a lot of initiatives, and actually, as you see, from year to year, we managed to reduce the losses even until 2% currently. This 2%, I believe, I think currently Indonesia is number one. But actually, if compared to Japan, this is still too much, because in Japan, the food loss can be much lesser than this because of the recycling of the wastage. So how we actually achieve this is we start to consider a store which recycle it, not recycle, to reuse, who reuse the products we sold. For example, I will take a sample of the fruits. So the fruits we sold in big volume, like watermelon. It's normally sold in pieces. But then at the end of the day, if it is not sold, in after 2 days, then we will cut it when it become ripe. So we will sell it as the cut fruits. Maybe it's a bit difficult to see. It's here. And another initiatives is we are doing some clearance on the day, meaning we discount at 30%, 50%. So actually those products are taken by customer before it is thrown away. This is an initiative which we learned from Japan, and it is working quite well. Another one is the cooking the foods. Because in our supermarket, we also sell foods which are ready to eat. Actually, these foods, originally, we start from our veggies, meats, which are still good. Yeah, and then we cook them and provide them for the customers, yeah, at a low price. So that's why the customers are interested to purchase. So these kind of initiatives, interestingly, nobody do in Indonesia. Very less, actually, I can see that people are trying to do this kind of things. Yeah. So that's why there are so many wastages. This doesn't. This is not limited only in the perishables, meaning the veggies, meat, and so on. But actually, we extend to the groceries item, like some canned food, some cooking materials. So actually, we try to do a lot of initiatives to reduce this waste. Yeah. And we also did an energy saving. I think that our second shopping mall in Indonesia is one of the success story in this. And all of our lamps in the shopping mall are powered by these solar panels. I think this is the largest in Indonesia. I'm not sure if Southeast Asia, but at least in Indonesia, this is the largest. And we really are concerned about this kind of things. That's why in the future, we'll continue to implement this kind of initiatives. So talking about the future, what will be our challenge? So like I mentioned just now, actually number one and number two is the same, the recycling part. So even though we have been able to reduce the wastage to 2%, but we still generate so many garbage. This is the thing that we really understand. And I really hope that we can realize these recycling issues. Yeah. How to achieve this? I think one of the necessary ingredient here is the government policy. If you research a bit, you will find out, for example, I just take bottled drink issue. The bottled drink, in Indonesia, it's quite popular. And why it's so popular? Because the price is unbelievably low. If you check, you'll find that Indonesia's bottled drink is one of the lowest between all the countries, even lower than Vietnam, Malaysia, and others. So government has continuously considered to tax the plastic. Actually, why this is necessary? Because currently there is no recycling cost put in anywhere in here. In some other countries, yeah, these manufacturers are taxed, so that the products can be recycled with the tax. But this is not yet happening in Indonesia. I believe that our minister, Ms. Sri Mulyani, the finance minister, has continued to talk about this, and hopefully this 2022 she can finally realize this tax, because DC has been talking so many times about this, and I believe that that will be a breakthrough where the government support is there, then the recycling facility can be built, and then the recycling in this industry can finally actually work. Because we understand that in any countries, the recycling process takes more money to generate something than the original product. I think it's quite normal, but then this kind of initiatives is necessary. Another thing is the garbage collection infrastructure. Yeah, about this waste recycling. Now, our garbage, actually, we try to split in our mall. In our mall, we try to split between these veggies and then plastics and then so on, metal and so on. But the problem is, once it's outside of our facility, it's mixed together. This is also the same problem we face in the households. In the households, when we, like in my home, we try to split this, but finally it's mixed together again by the garbage collector. So this kind of infrastructure currently is not available in Indonesia. I mean that in most of the household, yeah. Even though we want to pay, there is no one who will do this currently. So I really hope that this kind of thing, the government not only do the create the regulation, but also this infrastructure must be built. That's why we can use. But of course, number three, this part is very, very important, where the society must also care. Because what I see in the daily lives, I live in a suburb of Jakarta, where I can see that so many garbage are piling up every day on the roads because our people just throw away anything anywhere. That's why this kind of awareness must be built in to improve this condition. So this is I think our most challenges and what we really want to do. That's why just now I also showed you about the garbage collection activities. After this COVID finish, we really want to do this together again, because only by doing this together, I think we can build this awareness together with the community. And I really hope that by this ASAP program, yeah, more and more of the young people who will become our future leaders, like you, yeah, will be aware of this and try to work on something. I mean that not only from the society point of view, but also from the government point of view on how to solve these problems. I think that's the end of my presentation. And we, even now, I mean that every day we try to consider how to create a sustainable story. Not only the environment issue, social issues, everything, we try to make this a sustainable community together with our customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salmadi. In fact, we received many questions from our ASIP students. Let me show you all the questions and let Mr. Salmadi to choose a few of them to answer.
No problem. I will try to answer where I can. Please.
Then, which one do you want to choose for the first question to answer? You can tell me the number.
I think I try to answer one by one. Yeah. So, for example, number one,
okay.
I think I just mentioned just now that is the waste management. Actually, the number one thing we think is most important is the recycling. So, and up to now, it was very difficult, we think. But if this plastic tax can come to reality next year, I think will open a very big window. We also want to be a part of it. So how to really realize this recycling process in Indonesia, especially in our neighborhood.
Thank you. Then how about number two? How will Aeon cope up with
financial issues, yeah.
issues of providing environmental solutions?
No, you don't need to read it. I will just answer one by one. So the financial issues actually, frankly speaking, is not the biggest issue. And the financial issues is actually not so difficult to address because from our past experience, yeah, we can actually collect donations. So many donations also will flow in for this kind of activities. But the biggest challenge is actually how to ensure that these activities will work really well. For example, just now I mentioned about the plastic bag sales. Actually, even today, every month we receive quite a sum of money from these plastic bag, eco bag sales, which we put aside for this kind of activities. Normally, we do garbage collection, we do the promotion of environmental activities. Even, yeah, we donate some of it to buy equipments and others for the staffs who do this together with the communities. Number three, I have to admit that currently we are still focused on our surroundings. That's why I think the rural areas is a bit far currently. I mean, we haven't started to do that. But this one, yes, we would consider. But before the elderly, I think we will focus on the children because the education of the children is, I think, the keyword, yeah. I think in other countries we have such as called as the Cheers Club, where a lot of children are participating in the environmental activities. Then number four, this is also the same problem we face in Jakarta, where the landfill is actually not enough. Yeah, the landfill in Jakarta is not enough. That's why they are building more. But actually, this should not be the answer because the waste recycling condition is currently less than 20% of the waste is currently recycled. Actually, maybe in some area less than 10%. Whereas when we study in other countries for the garbage, actually more than 70% can be recycled. I saw this myself actually in a success story in Surabaya city. This is the city in our Eastern Java. But that is also limited to a very small community over there, only in one very small area. And it cannot be replicated because there was no support for such kind of facility over there. There is no initiative, no incentives, so very difficult. I think this is the challenge.
Okay,
Yeah.
next slide.
Okay, number 5, yes, it affect very greatly. The reason why is because up to now, I have to admit that Eon is very weak on the online part of the business. 99% of our business was conducted offline. And during this pandemic, only we learned to do business online. Yeah, our people start to work from home, and we start to provide the online services for our customers, start to connect with them through application. So before that, all our members must use the plastic card, means the member card. But only after this we change to application. So we are still learning. But I believe that we can cope with this. And actually, we are now starting to work on social media also. And we would like to do more program, even though the pandemic may continue, I think, for another year. So number 6, I think that was the same question as before. I think you are copying these are the same thing, yeah, 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Number 8, about the inorganic waste management, this one is also, I think, by recycling. I will give you a very simple problem we face here. Actually, when I say that there is no company, no service which we can use for recycling, it is not purely correct. Actually, when in year 2018, we did manage to find a company who are willing to do the recycling for us for those plastic, plastic bottles and plastic cups. Yeah, but the problem is this company says, I will only accept those plastic bottles and plastic cups which is already clean, which is not the thing actually happening in the shopping malls, I think, anywhere in Jakarta. So we have to find another company who can do this cleaning. But cleaning is another problem. When we find another company which can do the cleaning, we found that they are actually using the water taken from the earth. Yeah, I think for this one, there is another environmental problem. I believe that you have heard recently about the Jakarta is going to sink someday in the near future because people are taking the water from the earth. So this is another environment problem we do not want to participate. That's why we are also looking for another company who can do it properly. So these challenges are the non-availability of the proper service providers. I really hope that if we do have this, I mean the knowledge, we really hope that one day we can be the providers. Also, if there's no one who will do, but I believe that if there's a proper incentive from the government, a lot of people will be doing this. That's why the government initiatives is something that we believe will really help to solve this problem. Anything else?
Yes, of course. Next slide, please. It's a very long question.
It's a bit long. Yeah, I think just now I mentioned about number 1. Yeah, number 1 is, I think this is the area which we do very good in these recent years. Although we still try to catch up with Japan, but I believe that this is the area which we have improved so much. The cost for waste management. If you mention what you mean is the cost processing, cost for taking the waste to the landfill, is actually now more or less I should say that it is 2% of our revenues. If I'm taking from the sales amount, it should be around 0.1%. So if you purchase, for example, a merchandise of $100, then actually you are paying 10 cents for the waste processing cost, from the customer point of view. Then what are the different strategies? Yes, this is actually the problem we face also in our companies. If you ask me now, then my answer will be currently there is no good solution for this. In the face of pandemic, actually, when we talk with the customers also, the customers is more concerned about the health and the environment at this time. Actually, we did some things. For example, we do not encourage our cashier to wear gloves. Of course, for the food processing people, I mean the food processing staffs, they must wear gloves, but the others, they should not, but they should clean their hand, they should wash their hand from time to time. We did some shifting to reduce needs for these plastic gloves. And also for the face shield, we try to build a permanent barriers between our staff and customer instead of using those face shields, because it is also generating waste. But there is no much other things we can do about this mask and others. We promote more work from home, I think, but the main issue is the processing for this solid waste is still there. I must admit that there are a lot of homework over there. Yes. Next.
Next, number 10.
Okay.
Question from Team C.
There's still number 9. So the important stakeholders is the government, us, the private sectors, and the society. I believe that this is, I think I explained before, and this is very, very important to make this successful. I have had a chance to meet some of the government people also in the past, including the Director General of the Waste Management in the Ministry of Environment. And I have stressed that actually this part is the most important area in order to make this kind of activity successful. And how is the foundation alongside the government? Sorry, I do not really understand this question. If you can clarify. The foundation alongside the government monitor the percentage of license holder to manage the natural resources and the environment. Do you mean what do you mean by this?
So, can I give suggestion?
Yes.
I think could get Team C who asked this question and explain and have more interactions. Otherwise, a little bit boring.
Yes, sure. I really would like to hear from you because it has been one way so far.
So in that case, Team C participant can ask or can explain.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Thinmoli from Malaysia, and I asked the question, but unfortunately, when we were coming up with the questions, the theme wasn't decided, and this was more towards the question of the previous speaker from the Department of Environment and Forestry. So I think the questions got mixed up here. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. So, anything you would like to ask related to this issue?
The first question was mine as well. I think it was answered already. And I genuinely want to know, I can see that Malaysia, Japan, Indonesia, there's a big gap in the way we deal with environmental issues, especially recycling. And does Indonesia intend to move towards the way Japan is moving right now in terms of recycling?
Yes. So, Indonesia is actually, I think the government is trying to do whatever we can. Our government is really trying. I can see that when I meet a lot of people in the government, they are very, very enthusiastic, not only in the central government, but also in the local government. But what they lack actually is they didn't have the practical knowledge on how to make this happen. This is the most of the problem. When they decide a policy, they see from the macro picture, but the problem is a lot of time, it doesn't connect. For example, our president, Mr. Jokowi, has instructed us to reduce the garbage, to ask each governor, each regions to consider how to reduce this. And then the governors actually has come to us. Okay, so I instruct you to reduce your garbage. That is what they say. But our question is, so in order to make this happen, very simple things like, okay, if possible, please appoint someone to operate this recycling facility. Of course, we will pay to them. So, or you can invite such kind of investors. So, of course, we would really like to use, but they also don't know how. They say, please introduce someone, and this is what happened. And when we did, actually, when that is the reason I did the study also, last time, we went to visit some recycling process outside the country. They're asking what kind of incentives, what kind of guarantee they can get that the government will sustain this. And then when we go back to the region and talk, he said that it is very difficult for him to do this kind of, give this kind of incentives, unless it is a general policy for this. So I think, yes, so the enthusiasm is there, but I think the practical knowledge on how they would like to do this is another matter. So this is still a big challenge, I think, in Indonesia nowadays, which I hope that we can clear this one by one. Thank you.
Okay, next slide.
Yes, about the recycling process, yes, it's a lack of funding, but this funding problem can be solved by the tax, which I mentioned. And technology is, yes, another problem, but the main cause is not these two, actually. The main cause, I think, should be how the policy is made to make this recycling business sustainable. Even though last time, for example, we provide the recycling machine to the society, it was not sustainable because there was objections from the society itself, and there was also no support from the government actually to implement this. Not the funding, not the technology actually, but if you talk macro wise, it is, yes, I think the funding is still an issue, but it can be solved. It is more on how to do this. I believe that there are the number 12 question also answer this actually. I can see that actually there are some initiatives done by the startups. Yeah, I believe in Indonesia we already have several startups doing these kind of initiatives, but they are actually not around. Actually, not around us. But I already see how they work. They collect garbage, they process them, and they actually recycle them and sell it again. This, I think, can work. So if there are new initiatives like this, we really want to support also. For example, if any one of you want to do this kind of waste management process, we will definitely very supportive on this. Yeah, number 13 is, I think we can participate in the form of funding, providing the opportunities, and gathering the communities. I think these are the three things that the private businesses are doing their best. Yes, I think 14 is the same question as before.
Next one.
Yes, I think this is the same thing as before, yeah.
No.
Unless you have anything else to add.
Next one.
That's all, yeah.
Oh, B. Excuse me. Team B.
Yes, hello. I have an additional question to our team's question. My name is Yujin, and I'm from Team B. Can you see me? I want to ask if when Aeon Group started your recycling initiatives and the other plastic waste reducing initiatives, did any other businesses follow you guys and copied your initiatives, or any other businesses followed the trend? I want to ask.
Okay. Very interestingly, when recycling process, actually we didn't announce too big because we did it together with the communities, and I actually do not see anybody do this, because before we did, we already asked around, anybody do recycling, because we want to do and we would like some sample which is workable, but there is no one. So actually we find a consultant who can help us, and then we start that one. That is the story. But about the plastic bag, which we charge, with money, means not free one. Now when we did this, and then everybody else give up, not only nobody follow, but actually I have received many times reproach from the other retailers that you should not do this. Why? Because it will lower our bargaining position with the government, they say. So actually, when you do something different than the others, a lot of time actually you will receive objection instead of support. This is what we face. But the consistency, persistency in doing that, I think is the one of the key factor where the government finally can enforce these plastic bag initiatives in year 2020, because the Jakarta government is seeing that actually we are doing this with the other retailer, only 2 retailers is doing this. So finally they enforce this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please go ahead. The discussion is already. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes, next.
Oh, we still have some more. Okay. I thought that's all just now. What is this? Okay. Actually, I think in terms of the people prefer disposable mask through instead of the reusable one, it is more on the safety issues, because I don't think that in terms of cost, in terms of wastage, of course, is worse than the reusable one. But surgical mask, I think, is a must. I think at this time. So actually, if you can provide incentives for the reusable over disposable, it will cause people to move on. Actually, one of the initiatives we did in year 2019, I didn't mention this in our slide, in my slides, but another initiative we provide is selling the drinks, but not providing the cups. I think some coffee shop or others already start to do this, like Starbucks with their bring your own cup, whatever. So actually we start to do this in year 2019, although we stopped this because of the pandemic, because so many people protest that it might not be safe for the customer. Yeah, so that's why actually during this pandemic, we didn't continue, but after this, surely we will continue these initiatives. So if you provide incentives, then people will use. I can see this actually happening not only in us, but in others. Then
17.
Oh, number 7, tailored to local conditions. Okay. The utensils, the eating utensils, which are sold in Indonesia, I believe that is original in here. Because in Japan, I think we still provide it free. Yeah. This is what we did. And why we do it differently from Japan, because in Japan, the recycling is very, very good. The plastics can be recycled, not so difficult. And government provided incentives. Indonesia, no recycling at that time. That's why we have no choice but to reduce the wastage. I think that is the why.
Okay, next slide.
Okay. Yeah, I think recycling, that is the answer for 18. And then 19, I think it is, we have to leave to the government to answer, because I'm not so familiar on this area. Hmm. 20 for Team B, can you explain what do you mean by this long-term sustainability risk?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Yeah, so for number 20, when we made the questions, we didn't really know what the lecture is going to be about, but I guess we could connect this with like how Eon is maybe contributing to solving like long-term sustainability risks in Indonesia. Do you guys like maybe see do you guys see that there's a long-term sustainability risk in Indonesia and are working to solve that problem, or are you guys just doing this recycling thing as like a company initiative? Maybe that's the question.
Okay, I guess I understand the purpose of the question. So, yes, I think that sustainability of the program is very important. Yeah, and how to sustain the program. For example, let's talk about waste reduction in us, yeah, this one is through education internally. But when we talk about recycling, it's a bigger process because it involves the community, it involves the government. So what we can do as a private sector is actually we find the people who have this knowledge, yeah, in this business, and they are really committed to this, not just a project consultant which is just coming in and coming out very fast, which we experienced last time. So of course from us is when this, I hope that next year when the tax is realized for the plastic tax, yeah, so we also would like to be a part in here. For example, I remember the facility in Surabaya, the East Java city. It was established with the support of the Kita Kyushu, a city in Japan, which has this kind of knowledge. But that time is a G to G, meaning government to government. They provide a small facility as a sample. So, but nobody could copy that one. That is the problem. Not only to copy, meaning to make it bigger, make it more applicable for the others. Yeah. So as a private sector, I really would like to see this recycling business to thrive in Indonesia, but it will require an incentive from government. This is number one. Then secondly is from the private sector itself to establish a business which is financially sustainable. And number three is to obtain the support from the community. Because I mentioned last time, we provide the financial support, we provide the technology, but the society say it is too smelly, they don't want it. So this kind of problem is there. Like last time we have a nuclear energy, somebody want to build, but everybody around is scared, so nobody wants. So this kind of problem we must solve together so it's sustainable. Does it answer your question? I mean that
yes.
For us, really we want to be a part of this, but we need the government to make the first move to establish the rules and the tax.
Can I add an additional question to this?
Yes.
So you said that the governments, and I think like the governments, they're actually already trying to make initiatives. They're making like the goal to have a recyclable society by 2025, I think. But you said that the society, they're not too supportive of the initiatives yet. So do you have any idea of how you could increase like the engagement from the society side?
So this is where I mentioned need the support from the government and the society, meaning that last time actually we provided the machine, and the machine was located actually near the housing. Why? Because the government provide that location, and the society they didn't have other locations to provide because others are already populated. So that's why actually planning of the location for such recycling facility is also very important. Why? Because if it's near to the housing, it's also environmentally bad for the people who live nearby. So such kind of thing is always the problem in any country, I believe. That's why not only, yeah, and another thing is the people to operate this. Because the people who operate this, last time there is no good recycling company. That's why we asked the community whether they want to do or not. Because it generates money also for them at the time. And then they say, yes, we bought it, we donate it, and then they start the process. But after half year, they say, yeah, actually the same people say they don't want it anymore. So it was not sustainable because of that. So we learn from that problem. That's why we are looking for a more permanent operator. Like I mentioned that we even will consider become the operator ourselves if we can get the knowledge and the support from the government. Because if we start to doing that in an area when later on the government say that because of the society protest, then you have to stop, it will be very sad. That's why this thing, I think, is the keyword to become successful. The three party must be there.
Thank you. So you're saying that the society is highly affected by the government and people who can actually implement the initiatives, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
I think this one, the government official will have a presentation to you, right? And actually, Indonesia is doing not say quite well. Actually, we have improved so much than before. I think so many ways we have reduced from going into the sea. I hope that this one can continue to become better.
Yes.
22 is we provide the support. And actually, we monitor whatever we do. Not only the recycling, even for the tree planting. After we plant the trees, we actually continue to manage for 3 years to make sure that the trees actually can grow properly. Yes.
Last two.
Yeah. This is very difficult, but actually what we do in our company is, even in our company, this is a problem. That's why in here, we try to separate the waste, but frankly speaking, it's not happening. Because after we separate it, it was gathered together again. So it is still a homework, I think, for us about this infectious medical waste. Even in my household waste, I mean that we split it, but still the collectors are doing it together. This is, I think, the problem. Yeah, I think the same issue.
Yes. Okay. That's all the questions. Thank you very much again for taking time out of your busy schedule to give us this lecture today. Thank you very much, Mr. Dalamadi.
Yes, I also very glad that I can meet all of you. I really hope that this kind of initiatives will bring a positive impact, not only for the Indonesia, but for all the countries who participate. Okay, so see you around.
See you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, last. Before starting today's group work, I have some announcement from Secretariat. One, group work will is a 1.5 hour. Please finish on time, and the Secretariat will announce remaining time to all, and please finish on time as much as possible. Two, we will start at 9 in Indonesia time and 11 Japanese time tomorrow. Please join at least 15 minutes before start. 3, we will decide the order of presentation tomorrow. And then, wait. Just moments. Pay attention to this t-shirt. As you see, saving the planet, our slogan. This t-shirt is Kathleen Hamlet, who is the English designer, and the Eon Top Value collaboration product. And it is also an environmental friendly product. Could you tell me, have you received it? If yes, you can wear it for next 2 days. If not, don't worry. It should arrive in a few more days. Okay, that's all from us. Now breakout room is ready. Please move to your team room and start meeting until 6 p.m. Japanese time. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Professors and facilitators, let's move to professor meeting room. We will have the meeting at there.
Excuse me. Hello?
Yes, please, Yosnaga-san, could you answer?
Yes.
Hello,
because I cannot see the breakout room for the meeting room. Can you invite me to the meeting room?
Yes, just a moment, please.
Okay.
I think teachers meeting will have the main room, I think.
So you'll just stay here, right? Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Recording stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Sama-sama. Zuki-sensei, hello? Can you hear me? So we have to move to the professor's meeting room by ourselves. So please move to that